people in.
Thank you. You all should have just gotten a notification that we have started recording. So we just want to make sure everybody is aware that this training is being recorded. Make sure you don't have any concerns at your part of this meeting. So what I'm going to do is what we heard as feedback from everybody, and thank you to everyone who responded to work with us on this. This is a new system for us as well. So we're learning right along with you guys, and we sincerely appreciate your collaboration with us and helping us identify what issues that you're having along the way. We hope that these training sessions too will help just push us further along down the path where this is a workable database for everybody. So I'm going to you should be able to see my screen. It says, welcome Olive McCartan at Kate Second Test School. Olive is my dog. She's also the president of my university. So we're going to be pretending to be her today. I'm just going to show you what you should see, talk a little bit about the application tiles and the information that's required within each. As Betsy mentioned, please unmute yourself or put a question in the chat and stop me along the way if you have questions. So this is the dashboard. Everyone should see this as you log in. Depending on what your role is, you'll have the ability to make edits or not. Again, depending on your role, we'll talk a little bit about that later when we talk about the contacts. But this is the main dashboard page, what it should look like. As you go down to this institution section, you can see that I'm in my initial application, which was valid through May 1st, 2023. Up in the upper right-hand corner, this submit application button is grayed out, which means I cannot take action on that. And that is because you can see even up higher, it's approved. So anytime you submit an application to us, it's pending with us or it's approved, you can't make any changes and the submit application button will be grayed out. So I'm going to shortly here show you what it looks like when you complete a renewal. I just wanted to show you this is kind of what it looks like. So once you've successfully completed your initial application, all of the tiles within the institution section is complete. The accreditation section is complete, the financials, all the contacts, locations, and my programs are listed. One thing to keep in mind, if you need a copy of your approval letter, you can always click on this archived documents link and you'll be able to get copies of all of your approval letters.
And Olive has not been approved yet. So Olive is still, in limbo. So you can't show her any approval letters for Olive. Sorry, Olive.
Oh, goodness. Any questions before we move on to the next application? So if I hadn't Mr. Mack, do you want to unmute yourself?
I will. Thank you. Great. Thanks for having this session as well. In the section you just talked about under financials,
yep,
I don't have a button. So for above it, it says accreditations,
sure.
Says add new accreditation, but I don't have anything under financials. There's nothing to click on to open up that window.
Okay, so I will.
That would be because you don't have the permissions. So you shouldn't have access to the financial document and the financial items if we haven't granted you permissions for them. So we set up permissions for every user, and that determines what communications they receive, but also what access they have. And we've locked down financials because we do have some privately held institutions where their financials are not public, and your financials are specifically under the statute listed as non-public data. So we do require security proofing basically in order for you to have that. So if you guys don't have access to that, it would be because you don't have the permissions set up. You just have to send us an email, let us know that you need to have permissions for the financial document. We can add that. And I can look at that right now while Kate is turning.
Also keep in mind, if you're in an application that's already been approved, the only functionality you will have in the financial section is this add a new financial. And that would be if something changed, you're put on heightened cash monitoring, or there's something else, you can make that change. But when we move to the new application, I'll show you what it should look like if you do have access to the financial piece. So I had already created a new one. If you hadn't created your next renewal, so like you can see in this drop-down box, I have another one started. If I hadn't started one, and I apologize, I wanted to test it out, so I apologize for doing that. You would have another button right here that says start renewal. And so to start your next renewal, you would just click on that and it would create the next license for you. So I'm opening up what will be my renewal that will be valid then through the end of May 2024. And I can start working on it. So we can see at the top, the application status is not submitted. So I know I haven't submitted it yet to OHE. It's still in my queue to complete. When we're looking at it, we see that it's listed in a draft format. So we can see that you've started one, but you haven't submitted one. I think someone had their hand up. Is it Lindsay?
Yes, I just had
Feel
a
free.
question.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a button that says start a new application or anything like that. So what do we do if we don't have it where that is an option to choose from?
So
You should,
is your initial application approved?
or your renewal approved from
Or
last
renewal?
year.
Right.
Yeah, so we have to do 2 different years worth of the applications. And so we just submitted the 22-23 one.
That's a great question. So you can't submit another one until the initial one, the pending one, is complete. So you have to wait for
Complete
us.
by us.
Yes,
Okay.
you have to wait
Not
for
you.
us to finish us.
Got
Right.
it. Okay.
That's a great question. That is a question we got from others as well. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you.
And you're not going to be in any negative status with us while that's happening. Does that make sense? Like, it's not a reflection of you that you can't start the next one. So you're not in any negative status with the office, and we'll be always able to provide a letter saying that you're in good standing. So that should never be an issue for an institution because it's a system limitation. Unlike the last system where you could have simultaneous registration applications going at the same time, because sometimes there are issues with applications. Like we need a bond and bonds are a mess and they can take a long time to get approved and processed. And so it wasn't unusual in the old system to have multiple renewals in the hopper at once because of that dysfunction, or I'll be on leave for, 3 months or whatever. So now, though, because of how the system has automation, we can't trigger and have you start a new one because it'll screw up the automation. So it's just one at a time, but we will always be in good standing in the interim.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Great question. One thing I wanted to show you as well. So again, we're in the renewal. It's not submitted yet. This button is grayed out because the application is incomplete. Also, Olive is a contact in multiple schools. So and we do have that, I think, with a few institutions. So if you're a contact that's affiliated with 2 schools, you'll have this green change button here. And if you click on that change button, it'll let you flip to the other school. Not everybody has that, but if you are a contact within 2 institutions, you'll see that they're listed. So then what I'm going to do as I start working on my renewal is just start from the beginning. Again, these 2 are complete. I was just testing them, but initially when you come into this, they'll all be read and incomplete. It's going to prompt you to open up each tile. You can go through, review any information that needs to be updated within each, then down at the bottom. So say, for example, Olive's school, they offer bachelor's degrees, but now I'm gonna also offer associate degrees, so you can make any changes, upload files if you need to, put any comments that you need to for us, and then click update changes. Once you click update changes, it'll direct you back to the dashboard here in a second. And then it begins to mark them as complete as you go through them. So I'm going to open up like my advertising. We'll just enter, test. Answer the questions. You can either put, the link, the URL you linked to your catalog, or upload the copy. These are the page numbers where you can identify for us, what page each of these specific requirements are listed on. I'm not going to take the time to put those all in. Save changes. So that's, and then as you'll see, it'll keep turning green. I'm just going to quickly go through these so we can get everything to get nice and green so we can submit it. Again, feel free to unmute yourself. I know sometimes each of these take a little bit of time to approve. So the affidavit piece, a lot of institutions are getting something after they submit the application that says a licensure requirement. Betsy, am I remembering that correctly? And essentially what it is you're uploading a copy of your affidavit, but we're also requesting and requiring that you mail in the original that has the signatures on it. And so you're going to get this notification about a licensure requirement. And essentially what that is the application can't go through until we receive the hard copy at the office. I can see somebody has their hand up, but I can't see who it is.
Deborah has their email or their hand raised. So what we did is that we noticed that it was a bottleneck that Kate couldn't continue their review while we were waiting for the originals. And we would prefer that to be pulled out as a separate thing. Like, we don't want to hold up your application from further review in Kate and Mai's queue, and because we're missing these affidavits, because we want your application to keep moving and rolling. So what happens now when you create a new renewal, it creates a new license requirement, which is the please mail in your originals. It could be a bond, it could be your affidavit, it could be your student record retention plan. Whatever it is, we want you to mail in those paper documents. It's just not the whole application. I made that mistake when I titled it for the first time. But now it is, we clear that once we approve those originals, which then allows me to approve your license so that we can get all the way to the end of all of the review, any back and forth that we have, giving that time for those originals to be mailed. Deborah, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
This is more of a comment than it is a question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So I work with Lindsay, and what we noticed that when we uploaded a document in two places, and I think it was happening where it didn't show that there was anything there after we pressed save changes, but then I re-uploaded the financials, and then it appeared twice. So just a kind of a heads up to people. Yeah, to let them know about the delay. I made that mistake.
We see it too, actually. So if you get a comment from me, we're like, where's your uploads? You didn't upload what's required. And I reverted back to you, and they're actually there, is because I actually have to hit refresh sometimes for the uploads to like be viewable in my portal, which is super funky. So yes, there is system delays. So it is saving, and that saving looks funny in the background before it shows up in the portal. There's no way for me to expedite that workflow as it thinks about it and saves things. So I haven't found a solution for this issue yet.
No, that's totally fine. I just hope people learn from our mistake that we were uploading more than one document, and we just need to give it a few minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's the general rule of this program, unfortunately, is sometimes you have to give it a couple of minutes. It's very hard. In fact, our developers had to put some messages in where it will like pop up when we're trying to go too fast, where it's like, the system is not ready. Stop pushing buttons, Betsy. So I'm impatient. Okay.
Okay, so it's showing then my last tile. And this is just where you enter your name. You're attesting to the different criteria,
which we generated with you guys a couple of years ago, as opposed to adding other administrative burdens. So David, do you have another question?
Sorry, just unmuting.
No worries.
Just back on the student record retention plan. So if we're providing a surety bond, do we just go ahead, click that yes button, and then
nope, you say no.
Or-
your institution is fulfilling a record retention with an agreement with another institution? And the answer is
Right.
no.
No,
And then
right.
because it's skip logic, it will ask you the bond information. And we
Gotcha.
do want a copy of the renewal notice or something to show that that bond is still in
That was the second
good
question. Thank you.
standing. Because we've had a couple of bond companies not provide us appropriate legal notification when they've canceled the bond. So that's why we do like those renewal notices.
Okay, I see it now. Sorry, I think I clicked it a long time ago, but forgot the no
No
part.
worries.
So I got it. Thanks. Makes sense.
That is my biggest recommendation for institution is I've really tried to build in a lot of skip logic for you guys to make this an easier application, because that's the feedback we had gotten from Advera, but Advera was not capable of adding the skip logic. But we are. So we are now in MNSAS. So there is a lot of skip logic. Always make sure you read those yes and no questions. I feel like it's like me and my middle schooler. Slow down, read the instructions. Because I'm trying to make it easier for you guys. But anyways, Kate, I'll let you go.
Great. So the next section, with the first section being totally complete, the next section here is accreditations. So I've already got my HLC accreditation listed. It was approved within my initial application. If I needed to add a new accreditation, I would just click on this box. If I don't have any updates to my accreditation, I click on this Mark Complete box and it marks the section complete. So you won't be able to submit the application. You won't get this button at the top, will not allow you to do that unless each of the sections are marked as complete. So that's kind of an important thing to do. The financials piece, now if Olive wasn't the financial administrator, financials would not show up here and she wouldn't be able to do that. So if you have someone at your institution that has secondary access or is someone who's just assisting with parts of the application, they won't be able to complete it. You can identify a specific contact person that has access to the financials, and that was an intentional step on our part to ensure the safety and security of that very private information. So Olive is our financial contact. So it's going to let me, I'm just going to say no. If it does say, if you do answer yes, again, as Betsy was mentioning, she's included a lot of skip logic to help the process be as easy and understandable as it can be. It's going to walk you through what documentation we need and why. So you should get different questions depending on how you answer them. If you do have questions along the way, though, please always just reach out to us. And then here would be where you would upload the financial documents. And what you'll see is, I think one of the questions someone had that they had emailed us to us is they weren't sure when to click save as a draft or submit. So the save as a draft option is if you're working on it, but you aren't ready, it's not complete yet, and you need to be able to come back and work on it, then you'd want to click it as save as a draft. If you've uploaded all the documentation that you need to complete this section, click on submit. And then we are back to the dashboard. So I have done this. It's pending review. I can mark it as complete. That section is complete. Dana, did you have a question? Please feel free to unmute.
Hi, thank you. So I think what if we press the submit button when we weren't quite done and we pressed the wrong button? Is there a way to get that information back to fix the section?
I don't think you can edit it when it's in pending review status. Kate, can you try clicking on the edit button?
I think if I click the edit button, it creates a draft. So you can create a brand new one. So
it
you'll actually
sort of creates a brand new one until I approve the original and the edit. They will once I approve the two, then they merge.
Right.
So it looks like you have two, but you will only have one once I go through and approve those. Otherwise, you can always email us and we can revert it back so that you only ever visually have one.
Okay.
In the end, you'll have one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great question. Okay, so now my financial section is complete and
Other
what's
than
left?
Christina now has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. That's but
Hi,
I'm
Chris.
helping.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for this training. It is very helpful. I just had a quick question about the accreditation piece. And so I noticed that I had some that said expired. And so I've been updating those. It wouldn't let me actually edit any of the content in the expired one. So I had to add a new accreditation. And I noticed that that came back approved, but the expired one is still kind of hanging out there. Will that eventually just go away or?
It's just historical information. We didn't pay for them to hide it. It just shows for us the history of the accreditation.
Okay.
It's never a problem. I know what's going on. And anyone who's approving these, because I do all of the accreditation location and most of the programs right now. The ones we'll talk about that later, but I just moved them and I know what's going on and how accreditation works and how you have periods of accreditation and they get renewed basically. So not an issue at all to have the expired. It's just a historical thing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is there anybody else with their hand up? Or I think that was just Chris's maybe. Well, I'll just keep going. So if I needed to change the contacts, again, you have to have certain access to do that. So the president or the primary can change access to the contacts. So you can see Olive is financial, president, primary, and secondary. So she has access to edit or delete someone or add a new contact. If I'm trying to see who maybe looks like, so if I'm in here, I am only the financial and a secondary contact. So I wouldn't be able to add or edit the contacts. So if you do have questions about that, or you need to add somebody and you're not sure, or we've definitely heard from institutions where the primary has left their position, and so there isn't anybody who can make those edits, I can make that edit for you. So please just reach out to me with that question. So then I'm just going to review my contacts. Everything looks okay. So I'm going to click this Mark Complete button to complete the contacts section. Then the next one is locations. So I just have my one test location that's been approved. If I needed to add a new location, I could just click on new location, add the information and submit. If not, I'm just going to mark complete. Oh, I think somebody might have their hand up. Maybe not. Maybe I'm still Deborah, maybe.
Yep,
Oh,
we have Chris and
I
Deb.
just rated. I had a question about location. If we needed to edit a location, what we noticed is that when we edited a location, a new location popped up. So it looked like we had two.
Yeah.
Yep, and they will merge once I approve the change.
Okay, got it. So we don't need to delete the other one.
Please don't. No.
Okay. Okay. No,
They will
didn't know.
merge. They will merge.
Okay, I panicked again because like I saw a duplicate again and I was like,
Yeah.
oh no. Okay.
That
Thank
happens
you.
a
No, they-
lot, and that's a great question. They show
And
up as the original one and then the one that's
Yes.
pending.
So what
Okay.
happens, and this is in the workflow, and I will show you guys my portal, so this will make more sense. I literally see both records, and then I have to. This is especially true for when you mark a program for a teach out. When it's already done, I have two records of that academic program in your database screen, and then I have to wait for the system to update for that change request to go through and be processed to merge the two records, and then I deactivate the one program record. So it has the change request recorded in it and they merge, but just know that you will always see duplicates when you do an edit until I approve the edit.
One thing I wanted to show you within the locations piece is at the bottom, you can select the programs that are being offered at each location. That enables the approval letter that you get from OHE to appropriately identify which programs are approved and which locations. So it's much faster for you to, open up the location than it would be to go through each program and update the location. Does that make sense? Am I explaining that right, Betsy?
Yep. So
Or
I'll
Brittany?
explain it another way is your program letter, approval letter, it's a table that's tied to not just the program name, but also the location. And it will not show up on your approval letter without a location attached. We're building associations that are going to be really important as we try to get this information online to our website of what is offered where, when. And we'll try to keep building that functionality for you guys so you have less reporting for our office. But the goal is to have everything broken out that way. And please do it through the location document edit function and not the program, because I have to approve each program individually and it takes me about 7 minutes to go through each queue because I have to process each level of the queue individually, and there's 5 steps for programs. So much faster for you, much faster for me if you add locations through the to programs through the location function.
So then I don't need to make any other changes. I'm going to mark my program section as complete. And if I scroll up to the top, I now can submit my application, but I think we have a hand up or a chat. Mary?
Hi, hi, can you hear me? Hi, yes, I was gonna ask if we have different programs, but we're all in the same location.
Mhm.
Does that,
Edit the location function. So you click on that location, then you would scroll all the way down to that location,
and we're all,
and then you would click on which programs are there at that location. If you have
Okay,
multiple
we have-
locations with a different programs, then you would add another location for that other location. Maybe it's a satellite, maybe it's a branch, whatever it is. And then you would then reselect the programs.
okay, I just want to be clear. We only have one location, so then I would just enter the programs under programs separately. I just want to make sure.
So each program has to be listed separately in your program list.
Yes.
And then when you edit your and then you would go into your location and then you would click on each of the programs and hit submit. Because if those are not grayed with the check mark, they will not be listed on your program letter, your approval letter.
Okay, and it's okay that all of our programs are under one location?
Not a problem, because that's what your system looks like. That's what your school is.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
And it does mean that your approval letter is broken out by location and then has each program listed. It's not efficient. I want to make a change to it, but it costs money to make a change to the program letter. So the one thing do we have another question, Christina?
Go ahead with the one thing you were going to say, please.
Oh,
I accidentally hit it. I don't have a question.
I can't remember what I was going to add.
It was about locations and programs.
No. Oh, I can't remember. But I was going to show you guys something else, Kate. I was going to show them what happens when you have additional requirements. And I have to get back into my right screen. Okay. So some of you, this is in the test universe. This is in development. This is why this is Kate's registered institution. But when you scroll down, one thing that what this institution has are these special requirements. Some institutions have things listed here and they are going to have due dates. These are regulatory requirements. Institutions do need to satisfy these. They could be like this institution has a quarterly reporting of unaudited financials. You need to schedule a meeting to discuss financial risk. I customize each and one of these requirements for the institution based on the circumstances. So it could be like, hey, you had an accreditation probation alert for this one programmatic accreditor. Please, provide me any accreditation letters related to this that you receive from here on out. It's a way for me to communicate things that our office needs without clogging down your mailing the letter or emailing you about these requirements, because MNSAS will email you about the requirement separately for you to click on it and link to it. These are not tied to your registration renewal approvals. They are a separate thing because those requirements will be listed at the top. Or are they in the middle, like right here, Kate? I can't remember. I think the requirements for licenses shows up in the middle. And Kate, you just submitted your application, so that actually should show up now. It should auto-generate once the system updates to show that license requirement. But I'm emphasizing these additional requirements for a reason because institutions are missing them. You can't miss them. They're very important. Especially when they're related to financial risk. We have to get those. The one thing that's sort of awkward and we're working through with the auditors is that if it's something that has renewing requirements, like let's say I put you on monthly financial monitoring, we have to approve your prior month before you can add the new month. So that's a cog that it's our fault and we're working on that. So I apologize. But it's just something you've got to keep in mind. You've got to watch for those emails about requirements or reverted documents. And then, Kate, we should talk about what happens when we revert documents and what that looks like.
Yeah. So application is all complete. I'm going to submit it. So essentially what's going to happen next is it kicks into OHE's workflow queues. So it starts, essentially it starts with the payment, your renewal payment. So once you submit it and we recognize we've received it, you should get a notification via email that talks with you about submitting the $1,500 renewal payment. Generally, I'm still trying to send out emails to everybody in that queue just to make sure you're getting it because it's new for everybody. And we just want to make sure everybody has seen that because the application won't progress through the workflow until the payment is received. Then once the payment's in, it goes through Brian's review. And once Brian's done, it comes to me. Then when I'm done, it goes to Betsy. But at any point in that workflow, if in the review from either of the three of us, if we have a request or something is missing or we have a question, we're going to revert it back to you. And Betsy and I just were speaking yesterday about this, and she's identified an issue that I was doing that I wasn't aware that I was causing. So again, it's a learning process for all of us.
And I just processed it. So now I'm going to have you go hunt for my reverted comment on your renewal application.
See if I can.
Yeah. So I processed it while you were sitting here.
So what we are realizing is we're putting comments in a section that wasn't making it easy for you to see. So how MNSAS was created is a red line should show up within each of the ones. I might have to log out and log back in actually to see it. This red line helps you identify where the comments are, but we're gonna make changes amongst the three of us to make it even easier. Because we were putting it like I was putting it, for example, I do the review of the marketing and advertising. So I was putting comments in this specific tile, but when you get it back, it's just a red line for institution. So we're going to put it in the main, we're going to put our comments in the main page so that you see it, and then we'll direct you to what tile the question is. Did I explain that better? I'm going to log out, Betsy, you talk.
Okay, so what's happening is that the renewal application is built into multiple tiles, as you see. We wanted to make it easy so that you guys could track the different pages better, and you could work on them separately and whatnot. But what we found that was when we give you comments, it's not telling you which tile it is in. And there's 6 tiles. And so when we revert it and you get that email, you are not being notified which tile the reversion is in. So the workaround for that right now is that we have to place a comment in 2 places. We're going to put it in institutional details right in the front, And I didn't do this. I didn't do it for this renewal application. I think I have, and I'm pretty sure I'm in the right. So it doesn't even have the green, doesn't even have the red bar. Did you get an email that it was reverted?
Check.
Because it's showing reverted in my world.
It's showing reverted on the application, and I did get an email for it.
And
But
now when
there
you
is
scroll
no red line.
down, there's no red lines. You have no idea what we did. So we're working on that. So again, so go scroll back up. Now click on each of those tiles looking for my comment.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Well, that's weird because my
Was it in the
comment didn't
student
show.
record?
Yeah, it was supposed to be in the student record retention plan. So now
Okay.
try going back into the institutional details and see if my new comment is there.
Again, this is part of that process where it does, I think, take some time for it to show up, but
So what we're doing is, so part of the problem is if you don't engage with the skip logic, it's hard for me to know where to put the comment in that because the comments are supposed to be embedded into, so hit yes.
got it.
So sometimes I'm putting in a comment in the wrong spot because you're not seeing it because I didn't put it in the right section of the skip logic, which is my bad. So most of the time when you can't find it, it's either because I've put it in the wrong spot because I didn't put in the right part of the skip logic location. Like I didn't follow the flow because my screen looks very different. And in fact, I'll show it to you right now of why we're running into this problem. So this is my portal, and I click on this and it looks very different. Everything is text-based. So I put a comment here and that's what you're seeing, but I shouldn't, well, wait, no, this is in the documents. So documents, our student record retention plan. And because you wrote no, I should not have written this comment here because this is only going to show up if you had marked yes. So then I would really need to put it with the bond feedback. Where is the bond feedback? There we go. So that's my bad. So I do have to do a better job of knowing where the skip logic is. The other time, and this is in programs, is because institutions didn't participate in the skip logic. And then, or they're doing a change document and they didn't enter anything and now they don't see the feedback. So it's really engaging with the skip logic correctly for you and for me of where to put your comments. But we're working on this because we're recognizing there's a design issue and it's making your work harder. So we need to do workarounds. So we're working on that. So Kate, can you check to see if the comment is now there under institutional details? I want to see if it showed up or I still put it in the wrong spot because this is a lot of the issue with the system.
Yeah. Got it.
I just stick it somewhere where I know you're going to see it. That's the best I can do. We don't have a general comment section for you guys anymore. We wanted the feedback to be specific to the line that is problematic, but sometimes I'm just trying to send you a notice of where to look because it's not giving you the information of where you need to see it. So it's always going to be in this institutional details in the first tile. If it's in one of the other tiles and you can't find it. So if you click on the first one, you will be able to find out where the feedback has been listed. Therefore, you don't have to click on each tile. You'll just need to hit the first one And then we delete out the comments, or I've been deleting out all of the comments before I hit approve so that you don't see any red lines anymore if you go back into that renewal application because you want to print it or you want to see it. Those will disappear if I process that correctly. And then we always have a history of the feedback. So we know what we've asked of you for each question when we go back and look into it. And you've resolved it, so you're good. You don't need to have that feedback there anymore.
Right. So at this point, I've seen Betsy's comments. I addressed the question and I need to kick it back. So you can
Then
see
you
my,
hit, yep.
but this won't be green unless each of these sections are complete. So sometimes you do have to go back and click this green mark complete button if you're getting a red, if there's something red that says it's incomplete. That's certainly a question that's come up quite a bit. So maybe if this button is grayed out, just scroll down, make sure you hit this green mark complete button for each section. That will then
And that's
allow you-
annoying. We didn't think about it. We're sorry. Again, this is where we didn't think about this issue. The developers put it in, they just make assumptions and they just program it. So if we get to do more change orders, that's something that we would eliminate, is that the submit application should only have to it should be tied to the feedback. If you've edited the tile that has the feedback, you should be able to hit submit without hitting mark complete for every tile or for every section. We don't have that right now. Now that we know that that is the glitch, now we can tell you, so it should be easier for you to work in the system.
Great. So I can see if I log in, this application has been submitted and I'm just waiting for OHE to review again. And again, it can go back and forth a couple times because it is going through all three of us and we review different things. So we apologize if it keeps getting kicked back. If there is a question with the financials, it'll just go to the financial person. So if you're wondering, like, it looks like everything's submitted, but it's still pending. Oftentimes it's pending with the financial piece. And you'll see too, you can't really make any, you could make some changes, but it's really not set up. You could definitely always at any point edit the contacts. If you're a primary or the president, you have access to edit contacts at any point. You can change you can add locations at any time. You can add programs at any time. If you have a change to that, your financial, in the meantime, you can always click add new financial. So you can make changes at any point. You don't have to wait for your annual renewal period to expire. And so then, like I'll see in my drop down, I have the one from this current year. Again, you can go back and forth as you need to review them. It'll always tell you at the top what the status is. So we know that this current year's it's approved. I have one submitted, which I'm guessing maybe Betsy is approving.
What am I approving?
Oh, I thought you were just gonna put, I'm trying to read your mind as we're going through.
What do you want me to approve right now?
I just thought maybe you would approve, but maybe you can't.
What do you
It
want me
does
to?
go I thought
I
maybe
don't.
you'd approve the one that's pending for this test goal so we can see,
I
but
I can't. I don't have permissions.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to
that's-
have. I'm supposed to have God mode. I actually do have God mode. Sorry, I shouldn't call it that. I forget what it's called in the non-geek world.
yeah.
I'm supposed to have universal access to be able to push anything through any queue. Just because as a
Yeah.
manager, if someone's out, I'm supposed to be able to do it, but we're still working out the kinks on that. So it doesn't always work the way we want it to.
Sure.
So I will
JC?
try.
Oh, you don't have to. It's fine. JC actually had a really common question put in the chat. Is it possible to have notifications only go to the primary? Right now, when it gets reverted, all of our users are getting notifications, so it's a lot of back and forth, lots of emails. I don't think we have an opt-out function for that. We've talked about it, but maybe that's in another phase. I know Advera used to have an email opt-out option, but I don't believe we have one that I can think of.
Yeah, I'm looking at the background processes and I don't think I can do that. That would be a change order that we can write down.
Yeah.
Because again, like the problem with any new database is, once you go live, those types of changes are no longer under contract and we have to do a change order request. Okay, hold on.
And it is annoying, but at the same time, we do see a lot of changes to staffing. And so it can be a challenge if like the primary leaves their position and whoever is supposed to pick up for them doesn't or didn't know they needed to. So I absolutely understand it's a pain for everybody to get the notifications, but it's sort of built in to ensure someone at the institution is getting them and is aware, if that makes sense.
So I've added that down, JC, that we would like to have it. We would like to be able to customize email communication notices and that we need to be able to have an opt-out function. The problem with it, and we really should have thought about it because we knew Advera it was a problem because like presidents were getting everything if we had a president listed, but you need to have a president listed. And so we don't auto send things to presidents now unless we add the person who is the president as a primary or a secondary. But it was like an all or nothing at Advera, and that wasn't working either. So it's like you shouldn't get as many emails because I don't know if you remember Advera where you'd get an email for every transition that your document took. So like every time it went from Brian to Kate, you got an email. Every time it went from Kate to me, you got an email. And then every time I approved it, you got an email. So now it should only be when there has been something that requires your attention, like an approval or a reversion. Anything that's happening between staff, you shouldn't be getting emails anymore. So that's one step that we took is we really reduced the types of emails you're getting, but we didn't build in the individual contacts could opt out of certain communications. So I get that. That is an oversight by our part. The one thing I also want to show you is I'm going to go back into my school, is that when you are, why is that? How come I can't add a program?
Is it pending?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter if it's pending. You should always be able to add those.
Oh, you're adding a program, sorry.
Yeah, I want to add a program.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, you add a program and let's go through that skip logic. Sorry, you can undo me here.
Can you see my screen again? Okay.
So your application has been sitting in pending review. Sometimes it's because it's us, it's not you. And it's not a backlog. I'm all caught up. So sort of on things that are a part of my job function of the manager. So yes, I'll look into that. Oh, your president is getting everything right now? Okay, hold on. I should look at what your president is set up as. Go ahead. You can go ahead, Kate. I'm going to be researching the comments. Do we have
actually all of our contacts get and when ours was reverted, all 4 of our contacts get that email. So then everybody emails me and says, "Oh my God, what is this?" And I'm like, "It's fine. Ignore it. I'm working on it."
I'm on it.
Okay, Kate, can you go through the skip logic? Like you're a brand new institutions, you've never seen this before.
Right.
Yeah.
So the first question is going to be, am I seeking an exemption for this program? So am I a religious institution, for example, is offering a master's in divinity or something that is of a religious nature? If I say yes, it's going to prompt me to answer a question specific to why do I think
everyone should mark yes to begin with. Let's just start there.
Okay.
Assume you're applying for an exemption and that you don't want to pay for this program because an institution, you are saving your institution money by seeking an exemption first before you seek approval for full approval and have to pay for full review. Does that make sense? I want everyone to make that assumption because the system with the skip logic will tell you you don't qualify for an exemption. And it makes it much easier for me to assume you have an exemption and that you should not be charged for this review, because all Minnesota-based HLC accredited institutions automatically should be marking yes until you find out the answer is no, because I'm going to lead you to the yes as opposed to through the skip logic. Does that make sense, everyone? I don't want to have to charge you money if you don't have to, but I no longer, I'm putting a boundary in, want to evaluate programs where you don't think it's subject to an exemption and then having to do a full review because you didn't go through the skip logic. And then I'm just going to default to start charging you if you hit no. I'm going to be like, okay, you don't want an exemption? Sure. You don't want to use my skip logic? I'm going to charge you $750 for this program then. Because I do want you to assume that you get an exemption until you're told otherwise. I know, very strange for your regulator to tell you that, but this is how the system is designed.
Okay, so
Go ahead now.
everyone's gonna answer yes. And
Please
then
answer.
it'll be on you to identify which, or I'm assuming you can have multiple ones that may apply. So check the boxes as needed, enter your program name, zip code, proposed implementation date, degree program. I'm sorry.
Scroll back up
Yep,
really quick.
Yep.
If you don't select any of these and none of them apply, then you can hit no. But if just start with the yes and assume that you should be checking one of these boxes. But if none of them apply through A through E, then hit no. Does that make sense? Deborah?
Hi, so quick question, because I think some of our programs work under E, because we are a faith-based institution, but only some programs lead to church vocation. I know with other states, it's an all or nothing. It's either you are a school that provides church vocation for all your students, so that's why we're usually not exempt in those. Are you telling us it's a program-specific basis in this case?
Yep, our exemption language is very annoying, and I'd make changes to it almost every year in the statutes because it's annoying. But I take this perspective. I want to grant you the full value of a religious exemption to the extent of the law. Okay. If I can stay out of your religious programs, I can and I will. So I try to give you guys exemptions. And in fact, I've actually implemented exemptions. I know for those that have been around for the full 9 years that I've been here, they used to interpret it based on the entire institution. I changed it to be based on the program. And so programs can be exempt even if your institution is not.
Okay,
so
thank you. That answers a lot of questions that our dean of the School of Theology had for us. So thank you.
Yes, I will give you that exemption if I can. I don't want to have to review your divinity programs or your theology programs. I am good with not having to do that. And I just make sure that, you have syllabi. It doesn't look like a diploma mill program. You are good to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so then we're just filling in the rest of the specialization credit information. We want to make sure we identify which location that these are going to be offered at. Upload any state agency board approval information, accreditation information. If it's conditional, all these questions. We're just running short on time, so I apologize for going fast. Betsy, is there anything specific within the program application you want me to cover before I submit out?
We should talk about programs more in depth at one of the later of the month ones, because this is where the institutions have the most problems and it would be the most worthwhile. I know Matt has a question and I want to make sure that Matt has a question. Todd, I know what's going on with your application. We can talk offline. I'll send you an email to update what's going on.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, this is Matt Stolenwork. I just had a quick question regarding filling out the new application. For the total program hours, does that refer to the total credit hours for the program? So if we have a 36 credit program, that we would put 36 hours?
Correct. So if you select the type of program hours, the total will be the total based on that calculation. Great. We do have some programs that are based on clock hours and credits. They get to do both because of the type of programs that they are. Just pick one. pick which one is going to be how you administer the financial aid. Does that make sense? So if you administer the financial aid on the clock hour basis, not on the semester basis, which would be very weird, because normally
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah.
That field depends upon which of those selections I make.
Correct. And that's how I know that you're meeting the Minnesota degree requirements, like 30 credits for a master's degree, and then 120 for the bachelor's degree, and the 60 for the associate. So that's how I'm eyeballing those types of requirements.
Great. Thanks, Betsy.
Where we've had some issues is that, I add comments here, because this is the field that's most frequently not filled out. Every program should have one of these, but you have to fill out that blue line at the top first. If you don't fill out that blue line where it says name of major, specialization, emphasis area, or concentration, none of it will save. So if you don't type in, basket weaving or theology, whatever it may be, none of the information below will save.
Deborah, did you have a question? Looks like maybe there's one more hand. I can't tell if that's an old.
No, I think I forgot to lower it.
An
Sorry
old
about
hand or a
that.
new
Thank
hand?
you. Thank you.
So just as an FYI, if you are editing a program, like you've gone in and you're like, I'm going to add a location onto this program and not do it through the location document like Betsy and Kate want, I'm going to make you fill out the specialization chart because it builds the database. So if you're going to go in there and edit that program for any reason, you should be filling out that chart because that data could not port over. The way that data was listed in Advera was not translatable, basically. It was not, those data tables did not make any sense. So we have to manually re-add it. Now, it never existed for the programs that we manually uploaded into Advera. So this would be the first time this data is in there, but I'm just basically taking the stance is if you're in there, add the credit information because it builds a better database. And as we expand the database, we'll be able to start having button options for distance education options. I don't want to do it now because I don't feel like the definitions are very settled. Because you have so many different types of programs where some courses are available online, but they're not specific to that major. There could be like just English composition. We want to have all of those iterations as click boxes at some point for institutions to go in and edit if they so choose, so that they can tell when we can get this online, each program, when we have it listed on our page, on our website, it will be this program is available under these types of modalities and at these locations. The goal is to have your registration process provide all of the information that students or we want to populate the database with and not have a second submission for that. That's the goal. Any last minute questions? And if you think of them later and you want to attend a future training session, we will answer those questions at a future training session.
And Betsy, am I correct? The one scheduled for the 27th and the 29th are going to be more directed to the program questions about program changes and program submissions. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
I know it's at the end of the month. Sorry. It's mostly because it's such a crazy month for me, so I apologize. So sometimes one of the biggest delays for processing your renewals is us processing the mail for your original documents. And so sometimes when your stuff has been pending review for a long time, it's because we are waiting for that mail to be processed and to be recorded into the MNSAS system. And so that is why things are at my queue, but I am not processing them. It's because I cannot literally mark approve until those documents have been recorded. So again, our system looks very different than your side of the system. We can no longer log in like we used to. We can no longer take like your identity and take screenshots. If there are problems, we need your help with that so that we can get that sent over to the developers. The great thing about our current developers is they actually respond very quickly and fix these things for us. And they, restore colleges that I delete from the database by accident. So with that, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your participation in coming to this. I know it's a big time consuming thing to learn this new system. Our hope is that it makes it much faster for you to meet the Minnesota requirements and that this is not an overwhelming task for you guys every year to do. Anything else before I let you guys go? Thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it. We will see you hopefully at the end of the month for one of the program submission sessions. Thanks. Peace.